Hello, hello. Welcome once more to the stream. I'm your host, Daryl EXK. We're continuing our Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy playthrough. We're still on game 1. We're on trial 5. I think we're on day 3. I surely do hope we finish this shit. It is a long trial, but I am enjoying it nonetheless. Let's begin. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Alana Sky. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a wandering man, same as you. Wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know. You're a patrolman. As for my name, if you'd listen hard enough, you'd hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? Never heard Edgeworth described as that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? The desperado soul is boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best if we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchid. They say I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the Streets on Saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Okay, buddy. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, about the fingerprint activated locks on the evidence lockers. Fingerprint activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines, or following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses, now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Let's get this shebanged. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure that nothing moved in the security monitor. Room so still, even time doesn't there. I was just a caretaker who entered the recordings. You entered them? The videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual was recorded, the tapes were to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase the tape, it felt like I'd erased a part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do me any good. So, in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No, Desperado, I know let's rules get in his way. No, Desperados, I know join the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime? Just between me and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. Haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? That's a good question. You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course. Back in my day, my locker was a goldmine of evidence. And yet, you didn't know about the finger locking mechanism? Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. That don't make no sense. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's... okay. That's quite incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. I think he mentions it. Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem like this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? What were you doing in a place like that? And not doing your job? I was eating spaghetti. Now even angel steak lunches can beat that parlor's Mongol sepia pasta. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a valuable lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edgeware says, "Did you not want to erase this here?" I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time to hit the trail. Nuh-uh. Out of ammo, Officer Marshall? That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, you better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have anything. Texans don't take order from anyone. Everyone knows that. Huh? What? Apparently your superiors don't. Okay. I have a trunk on our sleeves, so best keep my cool. Before I use it though, I better up the ante. Okay, so I'm told not to use it yet. I'm gonna use it. Oh, I'm supposed to. Cool. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects. That is, I make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. What this? What is the meaning of all this? Your bloodstained fingerprints were at this crime scene? The blood was wiped away. However, a luminal test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. Huh? I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. And one of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained hamper. The murder touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See? I had nothing to do with it. The witness' explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Here's my chance to prove it. And that's because you, how did you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. And the locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently, his fingerprint data was never removed from the locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint locker all this time without ever knowing it. So then, what about the bloody handprint? It wasn't mine. It's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could just argue the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward for me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? Unrelated. They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast, and the other got a type of murder. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a blood stain in the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer, wearing gloves, happened to have placed their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This sea of blood. In the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape? So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime? Isn't this right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video's next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present. Please do so now. What? Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall. Oh, this is actually... I'm gonna say it's the knife. Because, like, that's not the same knife. There. How's that for evidence? Oh, no, it's not a... This is a kind of a kerfuffle. Okay, so nothing in that room is so far. He opens the locker, the glove falls out. Officer Meekins comes in. Stabs him, throws him against the wall. Oh, what the? Whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa! I just saw something. I just caught it. I just caught it. So I'm gonna rewind real quick. This locker right here, there's nothing there, right? You know, fast forward, fast forward, fast forward. Yeah. We watch Meekins get fucking stabbed to death. So, right here, he leaves. We're gonna pause. Fast forward. He opened his locker. He opened his locker. Take that. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum that up with, say, in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. The locker with the white cloth sticking out, I believe was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Oh, the white cloth. It's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room this time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order. Order. It would seem that... Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker. Now prove it. A fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! Order. Order. Witness, explain yourself. This is the joke. It's the worst I've heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you're doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. I don't know how to say that word. Please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? Is it really just Ole? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest out from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide. Yeah, Ole, yeah, I figured, I'm just stupid. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. And yet, Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? Seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion. Yeah, I don't know the possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? He's the killer! Officer Marshall was standing right here. So Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. The conclusion is not the plant. The plant is innocent. The plant has no bearing on the crime. So Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. That's almost as credible as Meekin's rat theory. Your chamber's empty, partner. Better look. Oh, I'm wrong! Perhaps you should think a little more where Officer Marshall was. Officer Meekin should have seen him in the evidence room. That means the only place he could have been would have been... Oh, I'm wrong? At the time of the crime... Would it be like right here? Convict who, bestie? You better not be talking about Charlie.
Take that!
Officer Marshall was standing right here. Oh, I was right? Cool. So Officer Meekin didn't notice him standing there. That's almost as credible. Oh, okay, yep. Where could he have been? I don't get it. It has to be someone you wouldn't look walking in, right? Yeah, so like, it's maybe either here or here. But like, if you're walking in, you can see all this from the lockers. And you go this way. My initial thought is like either here or here. I don't know which way the door opens though.
Take that!
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, it's not a... Camera... yeah, that's why my initial thought was he was in the corner. If he's not killer, I'm gonna just say he's not the victim, but I'm gonna click it anyways, because I'm just silly with it. Oh, wait. That's correct? There. But... that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. I hate that fucking noise. Something about the officer's stories puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why wouldn't just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his card would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Given anything safe for this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We've got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proof that I dressed up as a detective victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond the shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? No. But I'm sure I'll find out. What do you mean I have no snoozes? Well, who am I kidding? I'm not kidding like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? Ugh. It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in the disguise, but rather I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance that it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our answers to questions. No! Stop opening this video! Please! Please! Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker. Wait a minute! Wait a minute! I know it! It's because he was covered in blood!
Take that!
For some reason, you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman and enter the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, you were if you were only half as persistent as you were then today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. Alright. Seems the time has come. What do you mean testimony? We're still doing this? I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I saw the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas couldn't be caught on camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at F515. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. How many points am I at? Oh, I'm only up 1 negative. Okay, that's fine. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? That's on incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to be completely end with the transfer of that day. Not if I had anything to do with it. The incidents are not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only the case lead's detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. The case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I did make it look like Goodman is carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident. Oh, oopsie. So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck on the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on him being in the ocean for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a one-in-a-million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to show his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his arrays this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me, and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? Me neither, Phoenix. Me neither. So you knocked out Officer Meekins and... So you did your research beforehand. And those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, pardon me. I didn't think it would make a difference though. Security tape is raised every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no food should have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in a struggle for Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is, on that day... But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown in that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker is already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer? This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiving with this one cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one's mine, and I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I cannot decide on a voice for judge. That's crazy. But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is that he deserved a sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murderers, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out. But there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him what I think the real reason is. I had a feeling about it sooner or later. So, it's one of these SL9 pieces of evidence. It's not this. It's not this. I hate how It's one of the SL9 incidents in it. Would it have something to do with the fact that it's in the memo's trunk? It's not that. There's something about it. But what? He's... Day of the murder, no fingerprints. It was 2 years ago, it was ending. Muffler. Oh, it's this. It's this. Okay. I'm stupid. It's literally right here. I forgot we had a third page. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in there. In a list of murder victims. Oh. Oh. I see. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah. I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murders of Damon Gant, the then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Doc. My brother fought Doc and was killed. That was the first time Doc left behind any evidence. That's all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Doc. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have been beating him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened to the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the Epsilon case could have been reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happened by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder of the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's gotta be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lena Skye. But wait! A verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me the boys got the draw on you, partner. All the mysteries at the police department have been resolved. No doubt about it. A sole murderer took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lena Skye. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely uncontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Ugh. I rest my case. It seems the trial has reached its conclusion. There is no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time. Just for proving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Well done. The time for the verdict has arrived. The court finds the defendant. This is Emma. Hi, Emma. Your Honor, wait. Emma, the defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor, in a sense. Please, Your Honor. All I'm asking for is a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SN9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that you mentioned it, the names of both Skye sisters were in that file. That's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured out if I examined it scientifically, I'm sure I'd find a clue. So, I ran over there and looked again. So did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry. I guess I'm not that much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use, but still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question, Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If I run to the country, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumsh's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? Well, it's obvious the answer to object.
Objection!
This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is that you're grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something has been drawn on them? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of this blood mark. Let us pray that the defense simply isn't trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. This evidence here. This has got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? Is it the fucking Blue Badger?
Take that!
What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger. Mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not there. So? So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of this crime. Well? Well, what? That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot of the locker. What? So that means, what exactly does it mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think more scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean the blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in. Just one moment. I will not allow such a far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown in this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered.
Objection!
That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim.
Objection!
The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that doesn't explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in the evidence room. That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well. Then tell us. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Me when I save? Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows what the first crime took place? It has to be the ID file, doesn't it? If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh, the ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger into the panel evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, it would have to be 4:40 p.m. Miles Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth, just what had you done? I never figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot to thought to figure out who couldn't have been me. Oh. I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry the body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card remaining. 7777777. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered it along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 7777777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 7777777. That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of the ID card. At least, at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 7777777 belongs to someone with the rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge is filed against the executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how prosecutor office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is that it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana. Don't be stupid. She's been charged with a murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number. And it's not Lucky 7. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident. Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Okay. Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for the trial. At the time, we occasionally felt the powerlessness of law. At least, I did. Lana, I became prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye, and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence. What is going on in this fucking trial? See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order! 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 Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to be wait until the following day. This is a long trial. Oh, I'm still fucking doing this. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. I didn't know. I never knew that the Esselman incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Oh no, one of Dark's afflicted so bad. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what do you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was killed, Joe Drake tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was the only trying to save me. So that means you. Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Drake tried to take me hostage. Before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. Permanent picture. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall, so you weren't able to testify about that. No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why Lana, she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes. But I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean, it's all my fault. If I could just have testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true. Even though he may have not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in that instant that crime occurred? Dark had knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in the front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies. I'll find the evidence and make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he's being chased by a prosecutor. Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator. But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective. I better have another talk with her. Went to the wrong way. Howdy, Bambino. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Q, Sarah. I probably said that wrong. You never know where life will leave you, eh, Bambino? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance. We all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go into the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, how'd you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us what exactly happened? Humph. Looks like we won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance the knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that SO9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the learnings. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when he went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. That man died on his award ceremony, man? The highest honor? You mean the king of prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transfer. What the hell? Interesting. It was a drizzling that morning, and nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years ago I've been on already. I tried to steal evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stalk you. Detective Goodman was murdered. The evidence was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes of that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. His star was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him, too, the commissioners would have got suspicious. No, they were careful to not be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambino. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Sky. And the investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second-in-command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. The case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She'd never been the same since you left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Can I... Okay, so I cannot speed it up. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambino, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Do you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing I for sure found out in court today. That boy, Edgeworth, isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. That man is drinking. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambino. Ooh, that brother going to jail. I don't see Detective Country anywhere today. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. The chief detective seems the same though. Why don't we go look for other people to talk to? Right. Come back here later. Lana, Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, so why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the S9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Oh yeah, it's my right to know my rights. A lot of revelations were uncovered of the trial today. Not at the least which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At the trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all of the trauma aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness said, what Mr. Starr said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't just involve me. I don't think I've seen Lana look so phased before. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. And I still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant. He was a deputy chief in police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the refugee even filled. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SN9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask him more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Jark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. He led a team of the best detectives in the force. Detective Goodman, whose case was Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place, when he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation went to its final stages and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana. It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. Oh lord. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and laid unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her, after all. Her sister must have been gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Coincidence, I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in the trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. That case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to the extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office. The site of the final SL9 murder. Is there anyone to talk to here? No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down at the evidence room. That must mean where the detectives are. We proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case, but instead looks like we were just making Lana even look more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I gotta find all the answers by tomorrow. I don't think we belong in here. Oh, Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee? He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later. This place is always pretty empty, but today is deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, I guess he talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention her statement to the media in tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word that usually is used for those. I'm sure we'd have a look. Like I have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his new charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Bruh! 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 I guess we're going in. Oh my god. Why is there a grand piano in your room? What? Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was a genius until they tried to teaching me notes. Okay. I never really could remember where C was. Hmm? Oh, it's you, too. Chief Gant. He put that paper in his desk. So, righto. Have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I'm kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full, too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lena's proactive statement. Proactive statement? Oh, you mean that the forged evidence 2 years ago have passed since that incident? My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. Hey! Hey! That picture over there, that vase looks really funny. So, this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We used it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Please stop doing this. Please stop that. Anyways, I like to remember this all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm gonna lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, let's have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. Seems that case isn't over just yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Hey, Belle. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you sleeping in the meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. So, you ever seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Why? No, why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew that the evidence was forged. Lana Sky's the guilty party, isn't she? Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there are a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth's pal. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who doesn't like him. But now, with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's also young. There's no better recipe for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me out back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyways, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier, while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Darklit was behind was during his final attack. His final attack? I mean, when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl. Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in there, okay? His powers recollection never failed on press. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Kirby? I mean, everyone's names really are in here. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He's just a run-of-the-mill businessman. Businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way from home to work, he hits one of his car. With his car? So it's an accident? An accident, yes. But it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by this done, so he killed him too. Just when he was burying the bodies, a jogger came across the scene, and he was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems like he was a pretty careless animal. So that man killed in an accident, killed the guy who saw, killed the guy who saw that one, killed a kid who saw that one, and then killed a guy who saw that one. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes. But in the middle of questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Drake was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma, I'm about this. Hey, is that, as a tech guy, actually label S9 incident on there? I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away for a locker. When the Detective Goodman was murdered, this only disappeared from the locker, and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. Now I remember what the incriminating piece of evidence was. You showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it, too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well anyway, take a guess where the broken tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet. Down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Well, there you have it. In a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money, you should ask. If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not about money, but it doesn't serve the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now, and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, I need the detective's ID card and look down the door. What? Really? What if I let a civilian in there? I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Ah, sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It's Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, gumshoes are our only chance of getting into the office. I wonder if there's something that we could show him that would change his mind. Is it this? About that jar. I think I've seen this somewhere before. Somewhere. Or maybe it's one of those memory people have from previous lives. This must be the most uninformed detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant. Where could I have seen that before? Step on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. The thing people are accusing him of injustice. iPhone ain't buying it, pal. Looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, it's a pretty big deal when it's going on, you know. After all, serial killer was on the loose. Lana was pretty clear in that confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. So, he needs decisive evidence that we can be let in there. Oh, he's so stupid. He's so stupid. Oh, a lost item report, huh? Very impressive, detective. You knew it was right off the bat. Well, I am a master of misplacement, you know. Master? That has such a cool ring to it. The way I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here. Wow, a higher power. Maybe I shouldn't let Emma hold any evidence. Okay, so that wasn't actually it. Hey, that powder was using for detective fingerprints. Yeah, Mr. Edwards gave it to us. He did what? All I have is some flour. Are you okay, detective? Quick, run! Achoo! Oh. That nigga sneezed on me! If it's any help, one time I took a nap on the bench of wet paint. Why am I not comforted? Hey, I just bought some of that stuff. Now I can go around detecting blood traces death lotion. Wow, is that a new type? Never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height. Base height? Hey, let me see that. Looming tall. New and improved growth formula. Mean this can't detect any blood traces? Well, not the quite same thing as luminol. So that's why the lady at this counter had that smirk on her face. I guess I will have to come back for this. I think I need to go see if I can talk to Edgeworth. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing in here? He sure was quick to throw that paper down the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years of rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. It's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing to erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, and my responsibility is a prosecutor in charge. The fact remains the same no matter what excuses I have. Mr. Edgeworth. I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Oopsie. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, and now this one. Seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that this case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That's odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture. Something seems strange about it. It's the fucking face! Could you tell us again about what happened on that day? The day that Tico Goodman was murdered? You are participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office this morning and then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes. It was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. Give me! Andrea's running before. Come on, Wright, let's have a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the falling window? Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground! Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's clawing around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one should forgive them for me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation, I wonder if I could use it for anything. He's serious? Well, I know what I can use this for. Thank you. I have someone to talk to. Excuse me. Oh, hi. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Star. She's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to serve her milk. Don't say that. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone involved in this trial is involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transfer. This can't be all attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The incident went to stabbed to give him with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Star hatred for Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. Became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best and the best were put on the SL9 case. Of course they were led by the legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. Everyone kind of brings back to Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while the items were kept secret. But you don't have proof of anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most felt even too much of his explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. I think it's quite as simple as this appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant left the investigation with Lana in second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism, in particular, was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to track evidence. He had produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he had handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes. There were rumors about him even back then. No one dared to confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes. Myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked, but always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt she lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the most infuriating. Miss Star. That's why. I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lenos were transferred? If he can control the chief prosecutor, he can control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how can he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude. There must have been a reason for her to change. At last. I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. You listened to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create a fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. I can't wait to break and enter! Where the fuck did you go? Chief Detective staring Sergeant Shatter. Please print Miss Hey, letter. What do I do? Quick, someone send me classified. Help wanted section. So much for duty. Okay. Where's Gumshoe? Gumshoe, where did you go? Can I take... Oh, same thing. Okay. Talk to me, damn you. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Except this was taken when he received the King of the Prosecutor's trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy that Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor... That's what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? It sounds interesting. Would you mind telling us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the word's based on. This word originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters, the first meaning halberd, and the second meaning shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, Sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though? For Emma's sake. Very well. Long ago in the Kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed to slice through any shield or armor. Oh. The strongest sword versus the strongest shield. Unbreakable versus... Yeah, okay. The second was a shield he claimed can withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyways, as you've mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why are we only giving a shield? Yo, to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the word abolish. Chief Gant. Alright, well, I got more lore. Am I allowed to do something now? There we go. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you to the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. The office, the last crime scene was an incident. I had to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do if the detective change his mind. I have it right here! He's gonna resign if you don't! What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they'd pushed him to this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels it responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice, too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective? That's it. I've made up my mind. But, here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook on the lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Thanks, pal. Yeah, we're breaking and entering! We're in. If anyone finds us now, Potato Goonshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Eek. Ah! What are you doing in here? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point of getting your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card. I hardly got a chance to come in here. But I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, huh? Not if we're lucky. Now, come on, see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. Me too! That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk. No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't be possibly any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason to come here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be. Nah. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay. Let's look around a little bit more. Hey, hold on. What's so fast, buddy? Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, you're supposed to bother them, pal. You don't just let it go like that. Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Miss Wright. What do you think of him? Chief Gant, so it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Wow, look at the size of the Chief's Gant desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier, he put that paper when he was reading on his desk. Wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list one's twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name! Huh? That's a one incident. Wonder what this was doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you say? I said, I wonder what? No, about the evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long? That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case! Here, up here, so. Oh yeah! This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. Looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Okay, I know. You wanna try my birth date? It's... I have a better idea. He goes nothing. 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. I'm so good at this. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was it, Bao? Lucky Sevens. The final ID card on the record. What? The number on the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean... that ID number? I think you're the 1-7 shy this time. That's only mean only one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a... shard from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here, too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it? Oh, yeah, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think Chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well... the thought. Is that it? Is that all is in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. Piece of cloth with handprint on it and a broken shard from the cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with the case, I'm afraid they can't actually take them. After all, it's my like a 9 here. Great. And have to prove the relevancy to get them. Come on. There's gotta be something that can show the detective. Well, I mean... here's one. Detective Gunchu, can you have a look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put this act together. Ah, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards from the S9 incident took on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, the fragment we just found? You mean this one? That was in the safe? Yes, that one was in the safe. Now that you mentioned it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Sure, why not? Show me what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. I can piece this together again. It'll prove Chief Gamble is knowingly hiding evidence. Here he goes. Wow, I wonder where it goes. There, it's a good charm. Of course that means Chief Gamble willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the S9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached is different from the others. There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line? That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? This was Lana's deck. Sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Has Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in his memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends made of. Does he keep a memory of her or a memory of the crime? These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame in the left shelf. Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Grant to question Dark. I bet you never knew you'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? Hey, I noticed something. There's a... So... Now, I might be spitballing here, but they took the spear out of the trophy. That picture has a sharp object attached to it. They were next to a window. They were next to a window. Hold on. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Sure as well. The Chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe open, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh, be careful what you say. Who knows? The Chief may be harboring in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. Nah, I think this has something to do with that. I swear. Oh, look inside the Chief Gant's desk. We'll find this inside the jar. What's the evidence from the S9 incident? Mr. Edwards must have the other half of the list. What would that list be doing here? I better look more into this list. You know what? You're right. What the fuck? I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? Can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? I better not forget about this picture. Huh. Funny. It's a good thing I checked that list out. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know. I wish your son. Saying what? Ever since making detective, I wasn't dreaming too like that. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. You can see pretty far from 50 stories up. If you were to... At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window. Really? Why didn't he? They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. That's a lot of money. The chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the criminal affairs department. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor, of an entirely different building. When the detective screw-ups, the chief calls them to his office, and makes them listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing of his ears. So it's an instrument of punishment. Literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's besides the point. Yeah, that kinda is. Am I missing anything? I mean, I guess I could talk. Can I talk? No, I can't. That's what the chief was reading before, wasn't it? You know, when we first came in here... Yeah. Looks like the right side of the phone's been turned on. So Mr. Edwards list really is the only half of the entire thing. Something else is bugging me more than that. Take a look at the back of the form, pal. The back. But I already looked at that. But I already looked at it. Am I supposed to look at it again? Okay. I'm missing something in here. Oh, right, I have to connect the evidence. The dots. I'm looking for what connects that dot. To hand... Can't believe Officer Marshall would do something like that. You know Officer Marshall? Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus. Really? He said, Dick, she'll listen to all your troubles. Not so self. Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus. Hard to believe he's just a patrolman. Someone all that trade places with him. What? Why are you looking at me like that? So there's a fingerprint on that. I have to figure out what connects the case. Is it the glove? No, it's not the glove. Oh, wait a minute. You're so right. I should be doing this. Okay, so it's not that. Well, this area must have been covered in blood. Is this from that incident? Must be. When prosecutor Neil Mushroom was murdered, 2 years have passed, so the action's kind of dull. So a murder really did take place here. So it happened on that side, which kind of makes sense when you actually listen to the story. I'm missing something here. But what? This knife belonged to the murderer, Joe Dark, right? You bet. As for that piece of evidence, he wouldn't have been found guilty. The broken tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. How could it have possibly gotten into Trevor's car? Not only that, it was wrapped in Lana's scarf. What's even more mysterious is whether that's called a scarf or a muffler. Don't tell me that, pal. That's the other card record, isn't it? Yes. The only number left to investigate, at 4:20 p.m., the victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone of Executive Os number. 7-7? That's 1-7 too many, Detective. Executive Officer. I just have a hunch. I wonder what I'm missing here. Well, it was worth a try. do I even have it in the first place? That's a real question. There's no reason for the murderer to touch his own locker. Isn't your locker the one with blood on it, detective? The handprint of the real murderer's left hand, the fast fingerprints. I don't think I have everything, because it's like, what am I missing? I am 100% lost. I feel a lot better now that the jar is complete. There's an extra safe. Nothing either. I don't want to look it up, so I'm trying my best not to. What does that cloth have to do with anything? You mean when I spray you in the face? Detective Gumshoe, let's have you look at this. You know what that is? See me to take some fingerprints? It's a great idea, Detective. Alright, go to town, sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't time for jokes. We're checking out that cloth we found in the safe. Oh. I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? I hate how I had to essentially just click everything in order to get that. In hindsight, it makes sense, but I hate that I had to essentially brute force my way through it. I gave it my best shot. The kind of result won't be good from etching prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this front. Should I finger them? This one. That one's kind of weird. Try this one. It's not gonna be the middle finger, is it? These fingers suck. You're fucking with me. It's the middle finger? Wait, what? Wait, why is her fingerprints in here? What? Yeah, what? What are Emma's fingerprints in here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought that'd be Dark's prints. Psst. Hey, you, over here. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from her for now. Here. Maybe she'll undo this. Am I good? Am I good to play the game now? Well, so I hope. Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Chief Gant. You didn't think he'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you to all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop your ID off on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now get out. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too, then. Wait, you! The one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. You mean me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair. You're free to go. Mr. Wright. Look, Belle, if I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if it would be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was holding in his office, I think finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept it eerily silent about this the entire time? Anyway, you listen to me? I want to try to smooth things over with the Chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is who's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm really rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. That's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I had to admit, I was a little more perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth, it's that you are incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask if this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What is this person saying?
Take that!
Well, this guy? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a little bit more about what you think you know? We were partners up until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also another, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse the Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. I just found this in a safe in the Chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the S09 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touche, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty of murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Perhaps I say follow orders. Yes, it's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edwards' car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edwards' car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edward's knife? No. When I found the body, the knife was stuck in it. The knife from the SNI incident. The serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That'd be Edward's knife? Why would he? What the fuck? That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes. It seems I got blood in the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. A star, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't want to open it ever again. My intent was to prevent that, by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. And Edward was exhausted by it. Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma was so confident about Alana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from the Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the S9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade on his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things in his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He'd already stolen the ID card, but it seems he hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. I'm pursuing it in court tomorrow! There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I gotta get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. Jesus Christ, this case is long. This is the third stream about this one case, and it's still going on. Granted, I'm a little slow sometimes. Damn, it's already midnight. This is the defendant lobby, right? But there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It's almost, something's been happening behind the scenes. Edwards. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 77 number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. It's like I'm not the only one who figured it out. You know, the only reason I this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday. It's because there was still room for doubt regarding the ID record. If the number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt is removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? In Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here to hear what you had to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of this trial. We don't have time to reminisce this with the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has done on her, it's now. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has declared has a proposal to make. Chief Gant. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Uji. Been back at the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. That's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, what exactly is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all, defendant? I'd just like to make a simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered such a good Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana. No!
Objection!
You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack the direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven that its case through the testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you would please. Well, the defendant certainly has a right of self-representation. The request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Objection!
Thank you, Edgeworth. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you two do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Sky. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to I don't care what you think, Miss Sky. The exposure of the truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy? You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Sky, please take to the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the oars by the reins. Oh boy. Why do we call her? Come on, the witness. Please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Sky. Occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. It is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. You sure keeping fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Oh, fuck. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil and Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what happened I saw that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire from his courage concerning his no evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Oh yeah! Time to cross-examine my friend.
Hold it!
2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes. She was second in command under the Deputy Chief of Police, Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon seeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from the outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. I almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight into the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that's why... I assume that would be also why he rose the first round after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came in running in? I don't clearly remember what happened then. but... Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was just about as this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then, lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what happened I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke to Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think you mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you read about enough? Nope. More. This picture in the witness bureau. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness. Would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I gotta see if I had to press it or if I had to present it. You drew a picture of the scene with the witness, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help investigation. I can still see it now. Whenever I close my eyes... That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken? But I did draw it, I swear. I'm just not imagining it. This picture that I drew, that reminds me. I guess you should check the evidence again. Well, anyways, let's continue. We've seen the imprinted image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us? The man. I will not do such thing!
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that, as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold, this is the evidence list for the SMN incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Turn it... Ah! What's this? Yes. What is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? This list. They're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list that you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence was ever reached you. What? What? Order. Miss Sky, why did you draw the picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the question room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor, you are right, Mr. Wright. Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of that drawing on the back of Mr. Edwards' list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It is possible. Let's see. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There's indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. That's that thing. The thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is a work. This act of vandalism was the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was at a scrap paper. Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were the shadows. After that, I must have fainted. And this picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think such a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about the murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. And during that time, investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Cantalana Sky. 2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have it fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she was unhurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No. I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation was understandably causing us to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyways, this picture. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. That's strange. She claims this is exactly what happened. She claims this exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. No, it's not it. Okay. Exactly saw in that instant. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing here, but... let me just... Sorry for asking... Oh, I forgot. Somebody for asking so many times. But are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating that we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, no, of course not. Better watch out, or I might find somebody to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story could have influenced them. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet, there's a clearly contradiction here. But what's the contradiction? Is it the fact that there's this vase? It's not. I'm stupid for thinking so. It's not this. I want to get my points back. So, something is wrong with the picture, but I can't figure out what. Is it the knife? It's not the knife, because it's the bloody part is in Goodman, so it's not that. I don't even... I clicked it again, I'm trying. Something is... I'm on the right track. Huh. I think I need to figure out what it is first, and then from there I can go. floor, he's knocked away, turned around, and the flash. It's not that. Yeah, figured. Ah, he was stabbed in the back. All it took was for me to read, guys. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. Which part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
Take that!
Is it the fact that it's like this?
Take that!
Oh, fuck. Yeah, look at the evidence, right? See, the murder weapon, the tip is broken too. Okay. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
Objection!
And where, pray tell, can you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should be not yet broken. Oh, wait a minute. Nope. We're gonna load that. We're gonna try that again because I want to read that because I was not really paying attention. I want to redo there.
Objection! Take that!
The contradiction, of course, lies there. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see the tip is broken. I really don't see that. I really don't get that. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. You see the murder weapon? The tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, for child, can you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. What is the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it possibly couldn't wind up there. That's right, but what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness' memory is mistaken. That's why I asked so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time. But she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ugh. Order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me once again to go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The scam came kind of funny. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, new marshal questioned Joe Drake along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. I mean, I was holding a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's? Could that have been another one? If the witness in this is adamant about the accuracy of what you saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already put into the prior murder. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. So, my first guess is that it's the jar, because it was shattered. And there's bloodstains. My second guess is the screwdriver. Don't ask me how. Again, I'm stupid. Anything's broken here. It's you. Huh? I'm sure this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright. Okay. Me wrong. No. No. Was it the fucking trophy? Okay, it's not the trophy. I thought it was gonna be the halberd. Are we going to assume that Emma pushed him and that killed him? Is that what this is? It's not that. It looks like I'm thinking too outside the box. I'm wrong.
Objection!
when I had to...
Objection!
All this thinking is hard.
Objection! 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 Objection!
There's a lot of objections here.
Objection! Take that!
I don't even know why I did that. I'm stumped.
Take that!
Broken ice don't go on trees. There's no way there was another one. Your Honor, I believe... Oh. Okay. So there's no other way around it.
Take that!
There's something in here that is the answer, but let's take a what?
Take that!
What am I missing here? Was I hold on.
Take that!
Okay, so I was right. I was right. They just didn't let me put it as a thing. This game is kind of fucked up. I mentioned the spear tip, but Phoenix didn't do anything with it. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Well, what is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award. Notice the... Wait, oh my fucking god. I hate this. I hate this. So I was wrong, but I was still right. Because I brought up the fucking trophy. Man. This game. Notice the award the prosecutor marshal is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife, as witness saw, was all likelihood this award. Order. Neil Marshall was awarded the King of Prosecutors that day. As a reward, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors' word knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have to be Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. But the prosecutor's the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture... I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. How is the blue badger a part of this? I thought it was recent. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away that man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and then that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible? The blue chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That's what I'm saying. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Stop! Please, don't pursue this any further. Anna, what's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye. We've already come to this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. I think Emma actually murdered them.
Hold it!
When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark? Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you... Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Drake was the one holding the knife. But as we just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When Dark Guy knocked me down, all I could think was I gotta help the other person. What do you mean, you think? It all happened so fast. I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Sky was almost killed before she was a witness to a Miss Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next? Just then they were not... Are you sure about this? Of course. See? I even drew a picture of him here. But... it was the chief of the detectives who thought of this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I had seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when you thought the thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? His shadow? So you mean you didn't even ask to see his face? It's a winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. What is me mistaken? That may well be. But what's more important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh? I suppose you have an explanation. If so, by all means, tell us what the shadow really was. What was Emma's... She saw that lightning flash. Who was this Blue Badger really? Wait a minute. Is it the vase? And she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on this fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looks like similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. In the very room? Mr. Wright. In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is that the witness saw in this instant? Please show us this mysterious Blue Badger look-alike. Is it the vase? The mysterious Blue Badger was in fact this. But that's... or what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this one.
Take that! Objection!
And Mr. Wright cannot match the shape the witness drew. We cannot accept this claim. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Oh. Okay. Hold on.
Take that! Objection! Take that! Objection!
I'm very confused on what this actual angle could be. This game is silly.
Take that! Objection! Take that! Objection!
Right angle, vertically, more horizontal. I'm stumped.
Take that! Objection!
I'm gonna cry.
Take that!
That's the thing I've been doing this entire time! Is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the Blue Badger. I can. 100%. No, it can't be. This game is pissing me off. Order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious Blue Badger witness on the day of the crime was actually this.
Objection!
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that the Badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything.
Objection!
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed? Very well then. Please tell us, what's the difference now that we know the witness stole this jar? Allow me to take these into turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. A very specific angle on this, right? Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on that day of the crime. It's in a shelf. It is on a shelf in the office of Damon Gang. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened to the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Do you imply the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone to the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what the reason was, Mr. Wright? I'm too far in to just let that slide. I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have had to have been the impact made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I might draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked into the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? So I was right. It was still the fucking... I have the right idea. I just couldn't piece it together. And that angers me. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors shovel. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There's another possibility what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course a perpetrator would have no idea, but nonetheless, I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If the events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall, Yeah. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! I can't scream. I have people in the house. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances... Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that, coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved the Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what happened to Emma wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves that my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it would certainly be difficult to prove with this evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Edgeworth? Touché, Miss Sky. Of course. That only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind a name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. Why is that for me? A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence, because we always say that. And now we say is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister's a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys the message from the deceased. I mean... This is a bloodstain. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he gonna just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. And yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some fragments were not wiped away. Yes, there's a line here drawn in blood. So what you're saying is that these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments he had left him to leave a message behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away, but blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need now is to connect these dots, and the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message does the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal all to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots and make letters. There's only one thing that the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Well, I gotta say, it's looking kinda, it's looking kinda, it's looking kinda, it's looking kinda, what do you, Did I do it wrong?
Take that!
It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. What is this trial, dude? Of all people. She may have not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. See, Worthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dog was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there aren't any cover-up evidence or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order, order, order! The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial was headed, no one knows. Dog. Give me a moment. I need to take a small break. This game is killing me, dude. This game is fucking killing me. I don't even care that we've been streaming for 4 hours. I want to finish this. I want to finish this thing. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal. Making you just run around all around on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen people happier at I've seen happy funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here. She asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. The evidence law. Interesting. This is the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. No evidence for me. Google the police department. Okay. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, Detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth. The real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is left to do? Credibility has been all but ruined for this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Sky found out she was unwilling cause of man's death. And now, you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to the end. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor? The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls for a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. See, there is something concerning that you... Mr. Edgeworth may have struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just that you see, everyone's been talking and, very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all the further witnesses. What? Well, there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright? You do realize this is your last chance. If you call forth the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls... Times finally come out to bring the real murderer. I mean, obviously it's... He's 65?! Damon Gant. The defense calls it Damon Gant to the stand. But Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As a defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has a first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in this courthouse. He would also be least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? true. Alright, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gent to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir? Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation? So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this S9 incident. Oh, you mean the time when Landis' sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that the police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may begin his testimony. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. The police chief has the right to refuse to testify, and I better hit him hard and fast. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant, Lana Sky, also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. So the two of you ran out immediately after him, right? That's right. Dark made it to the elevator first, so Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden, and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil when that knife went through his heart, though. You don't make fun of that! That's not funny! Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying on a heap of the floor, all tangled together. Draco's lying collapsed on the floor? Yes, apparently he had his head knocked down. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms, looking all back at her now. She must have already known her sister had done. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said it earlier. It was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor? Yes. Anyway. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office. That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. But moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter the circumstances. Staring at the witnesses won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you better be off staring at the court record. Worthy, always a smooth talking. Which piece of evidence ties back to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I gotta link again to the incident. So now I gotta figure out what it is. No evidence shall be shown or approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence must be relevant to the case of trial.
Objection!
You claim he had nothing to do with the forgery. He did have it in his desk. But I'm afraid this is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example. That's the list Emma Sky drew on the picture on. This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar was sitting in your office. Was found inside your safe. Was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what is the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it, then? That you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? What, me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so, too. Isn't that right, Righto?
Objection!
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured Dick will receive his due punishment. Not Dick receiving punishment. What? What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detectives' presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My, kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment? And a list? For all I know, you could have just planted it in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out anyway. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am Chief of Police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting for tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Uji. In return, though. I know. That place, right? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? I'd appreciate if you stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day I once broke into a cattle ranch and Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry it in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're gonna have to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Righto's prints are found. Yes. If they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. I wonder if it's anyone as slimy as this guy. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those M's in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. And concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery. I'm not through speaking yet, righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. And wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however, maybe will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me about something I don't know. Come now, righto. Think about it. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder. But in the end, the person responsible for Miss Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Scott. Well, now do you see? Really, Chief Gant. At the very least, there is one very large benefit you will reap from all of this. Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That, of course, would be the position you have. Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of the SL9 merely spelled the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyways. Gah. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Virgin. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There. It's out in the open now. Uji, do you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and be tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Given the substance, would he have plus 1 out? Yeah. True. You may not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would have benefited you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who was this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence?
Take that!
Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky? The defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to a series of unfortunate events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. And that reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed chief of prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from this? He would be able to use Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. You mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays a puppet? Judge, now. Oh wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. A minute, Chief. You assist Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Right on, my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana, she's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in the incident. This incident? Or which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. So what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that the Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? What? Order. I said order. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest-ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder, that's impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in an easier-to-understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a higher-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. I almost clicked that. That would have been funny.
Take that!
Well, Chief? Ooh. Well, there was a glove, so I'm gonna use this. Okay, it's not that. Hard to go on this trial. Try to think back what happened in the evidence room 4 days ago. Oh! I see now. Okay. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on that day of the crime. There was one ID on that list we couldn't determine, the owner of yesterday. Lucky 7. Sorry. But there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. Oh, what? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits. You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was Lucky 7. The same as the remaining ID number, card number on that list. Chief Gant! You entered the evidence room the day of the crime. Order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense search of my office is in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gantz, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm a chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go wherever I want. Tell me, when you enter the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't happen to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant? I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lannister's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. The trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting. In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on that day of the crime. Yeah. Hello, thank you for the stretch. It's obvious. He had to meet him, because we... No. Ooh! The lost item! Detective Goodman lost his ID on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have to have given it to the report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of that report. Which means you can't be sure he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to. Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied him to the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Whoa, you just call him a murderer? Hold on. Let me guess what you're gonna say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait! The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of that sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you really had lent it to Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No! Oh my god! No! Chief Gant, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? This was Detective Goodman's body, of course. Thank you for the hydrate. I need a hydrate again. You're forgetting something, Mr. Wright. That the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of the police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered officers to do it? Hey, you, take care of this dead body to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was just a useless clue taking up space. How could the chief have moved his body? Mr. Wright, show us his evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Okay, well, now I'm starting to get at a loss here. Oh, is it this? Maybe I use this later to move your dead body, right? Huh? It's wrong. That one's wrong. Okay, cool. To move the body, she can't use this. Is it the trophy? Ooh! This is how he moves Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Ah! Yes. The brain is thinking. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean I... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Miles Edwards' car. Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edwards to transport a piece of... Why else would you have asked Mr. Miles Edwards to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Scott. Order. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal in the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed into the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Ryder, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're gonna make it in time for the early bird special. The cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier. A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all of this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you'd have presented by now. Well, you think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show me your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Sky dispose of the body. Concrete proof. I can't let him just squirm his way out of this. I gotta keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor. I do have such evidence. Then please hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. Not that one. Let's say no proof. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. Siuji? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you against actions against the chief of police. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble when you can't afford to lose, right? It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Yuji. I'll leave the rest to you. I think that's it. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer and our nation's law enforcement agency.
Objection!
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Let's go. Did the correct thing. Because there wasn't anything that tied him. Lady Luck, maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth. Another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has revoked his right to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all these questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who was this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth... The defendant? Miss Lorna Sky? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. at February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body in accordance with a certain someone's orders. But Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well, the court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now Hold on. Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lorna. He's talking wrong. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Ah, this isn't good. Of course, you never support such an outrageous claim anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got lunch date to meet. This motherfucker. Okay. If there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. This is crazy. What the fuck? Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks for your help, Edgeworth. That chief. You something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place that top-knotted girl used to work with. Could he mean... Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of motives now. Chief's Gant done it again. How is he always has the upper hand? I'm not afraid he has the right to refuse to testify. So done, right? Remember what the judge said? Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. I mean, you force his right to say anything, too. Hi, welcome back. Emma, you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trials from the gallery, so she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I know it finally happened. To think all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier for that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blame yourself now. Don't blame anyone. Blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool enough of his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. Remember now, I knocked Mr. Marshall into the armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. Hmm? I want to be there when Alana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. God fucking damn it. We're still doing this. Well, we're in the end game, so we're continuing this. I refuse. I refuse. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take to the stand? Miss Lana Skye, you are chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Alright, time to ruin this part. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana, if this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been trying to tell you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. What if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Oh yeah, I have my health back.
Hold it.
How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then. That'd be 5 years. Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why.
Hold it.
But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Sister Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And?
Hold it.
Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did is justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged for anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Oh no. So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. When I found... You say you did this all by yourself. Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at this crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The Brosen prosecutor's ward knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed of as possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean, Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that's so, then what happened with the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little while distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. You planted the tip of the Dark's knife and then you moved the body. But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad. Maybe I'll have to ask for the sake of the others. But why did you do that? Come on now, Mr. Wright. You should be able to figure that out. Very well, let's add this to the witness's testimony. The reason Miss Sky fabricated the knife. According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was a murder weapon, right? Yes, and leaving it at that might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most efficient way to get them convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body. So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound? Yes. Because I hated Dark for what he had did. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? Willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. This is when I bring out this. It's not that. Hmm. This was hard. Let me reread all of this. I mean, this one says it was set in the back, so I was like, you're just wrong, aren't you? Thinking emoji. No, I already did that one. This all bothers me. I mean, maybe this will give me another one. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim body? It was where you deduced it was, about the Chief Gang's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. The reason described was the body. This is new. Pieces of the jar, you mean... Yes, the wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Drake committed the crime, I felt to be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. Looked at the crime, it seemed to be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Drake was unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see. What's that matter, Emma? Apparently the jar was shattered at the time the crime was committed, but I have a feeling there's more to it than that. Anyways, I can move this fabrication fairly along. Oh, that worked? Wait, that worked? Miss Guy, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth was exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring everyone's attention. A significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. I'm gonna be real with you, I didn't think that would work. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you are in the dark as we are, about the truth towards which we are headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The Mrs. may now continue her testimony. Oh yeah, I advanced the plot. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. Oh, fuck. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well, the defense begins cross-examination. What was that last thing that she said? All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. But this one's not right, because one was found in the safe. But how could you see that with the power out? It should be pitch black in that office. The detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. She said she got every last piece. But that's not correct. That's incorrect. Miss Skye, I believe this jar conceals the truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the Chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just specified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night of Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant simply have missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe it? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. With that, there's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying that this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Whoa, 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 whoa! The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No. Wait. I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Sky believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became the Chief's puppet. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type of... I guess you do seem like the type who looks to twist the truth. Judge? Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana, maybe right after all. What do you mean, right? So you tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Scott, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Sky, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there's a possibility that it will, if you will tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Alright. The witness may testify once more for the final time. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of the armored sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. 5 hours is crazy? Yeah, I thought it would be done 2 hours ago, but it just kept going. It's just kept going, dude. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armored sword? You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. Huh? I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture that I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I'm trying to finish! I'm sorry! I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. Alright, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. I don't remember seeing any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check the evidence again. Can I actually open the book now? Whoa! Hey, there's a picture here. That is not what I saw when I first clicked it. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No, the detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted the crime defenders only after I rearranged everything. Mr. Wright, that piece cut out from his vest, could that be the clock we found inside the Chief Gant's safe? What's this? Yeah. That cloth had fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprints are those who must have been the real murderer. What? Well, those fingerprints? They're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. As long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flesh out the real murderer. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Oh, brother. Hi there. I didn't even... Hi there. Come now, Oji. This is the poorest excuse for a try I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What? Now you want to make me the bad guy at too? If so, I'd like to put in a word in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. It's meant to be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Damn, that's hard! Ugh. Ugh. Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Sir Righto? Who needs to sleep when there's court to win? You're kinda right, I'm kinda this far in. Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence leaves no room for doubt. This is true, Mr. Wright. If I show this piece of evidence now, I'm sure to be made out as a murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. I better think through this thorough carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? I'ma show it! Yes, Your Honor, I do have further evidence. Alright. The time's finally shown to show it to them. Those prints have gotta be the sheaves. It's a piece of leather cloth? Yes, it's more likely that it's cut from the victim's vest near his chest. What's this? There's a big handprint on it. Surely it must have been left by on the cloth whoever shoved the victim into the sewer. What? Whose fingerprints are on these? I'm sure Righto has checked, haven't you? Well, whose are they? This Miss Skies. They're Miss Emma Skies. What? They're mine? So I really did do it. See? I told you it was conclusive. But this was found in your safe. This means it's possible you forged it. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that? But... give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death. No. It appears we have our killer. Was that the wrong thing to do? Oh, I did the wrong thing. I can't believe I have to be a bad person and lie. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie. Chief Gant. You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? Looks like part of it's been cut off for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't let you pin me as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay of her sister, that was when she saw the scene. She would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to rearrange the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. We're not convicting the fucking plant, shut up. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I had 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance. I'm sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? It didn't make the police chief by a dumb love. You see this jaw fragment? I had the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, let's say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto. Cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to that then, Chief Gang, that you were hiding the cloth that you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do with that being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. A foolish move, Righto. Should have known it was... Should have shown it then before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of true fight's finally arrived. As long as I don't mess this up here, victory is mine. No, it's far too late to show evidence now. Besides, even if I did, it just exposed the poor girl's fingerprints. Right. Think hard over the circumstances. The circumstances? I'm talking about then and now. There's one major difference between the two. Weren't you waiting for that difference? So. I just figured out my plan. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. So am I allowed to show this now? Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of victim's vest. Oh yes. At last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that immediately be sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must be a strong impact to be left so clearly. You mean, it cannot have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Righto had this all the time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? I mean, you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that. Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong must to be the real killer. Whose fingerprints are there? Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person whom these fingerprints belong to is... Emma Sky. What? They're mine. I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? Oh, you're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still try to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove the prosecuting marshal to his death. How could you? You monster! A Sky. You knew his fingerprints were those all along, yet you acted like she really didn't? Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you gonna tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one single-handedly turned into a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Sheet Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall as? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could possibly contradict? What is he talking about? Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Oh, no, it's not that one. What could it be? It's the Blue Badger! I think I already clicked that one. I'm just kind of silly.
Take that!
So I wanted to click this first. To be honest with you, that's a fuck up on my part, because I don't know what this is. This is the picture this guy took. Please take a good look at it. I don't see what's going on with it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Hey, Reina. Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all those blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs are not about punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but... Oh. Oh, but that piece of cloth. 5 hours, shouldn't I rest? Well, you see, I wanted to end this earlier, but I wanted to end the trial. I didn't expect it to take this long. I'm almost finished, I think. Wait, there's no blood on it. Ugh. Since Emma Scott's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when she shoved the shot aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could have it been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Skyle? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor of the sword. Ugh. Then to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim. This is getting stupid. A jar, which they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue and make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Though for the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. Again, I want to reiterate that I clicked the correct piece of evidence by accident. I wanted to inspect it, and I accidentally clicked show. I shouldn't have not won this. It's finally all over. I knew it, you look suspicious. He definitely does look suspicious. Oh, that was close, Righto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order, order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Uji. Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. That's not fair. Did you actually think you confessed to me in court? It looks like the last less on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems at last. The plan for me this time of my plans finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit it? That you purposefully illegally concealed this piece of cloth? No. I have read that book. I have read this book so many fucking times. It has to be relevant. It wasn't relevant until just now. I admit I refused to present it at one point. Haha. So the evidence is legal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Uji, don't listen to his lies. Something but a coward. You can't really believe. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well. Let us settle this once for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your own conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth and nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence must be relevant to the case on trial. And here it is, the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the S9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want to relevancy? Just take one picture, look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when it was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No, he's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before the prosecuting marshal in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department, trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken back by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. The accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint? Detective Gunju's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. And you put the body in my car? I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot of more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Guy involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah, it looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold much very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Uji. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Demingant. I knew you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others in the force. I'm so sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Uji. Thanks for the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now that you have Raito here, and Worthy, with these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Demingant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Guy, you will no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell her everything. All that I've done these past 2 years, from the time I had Gant help me to forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in the trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Guy. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years down from now, you just might make it to the top. Whoa, she smiled. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. So stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examination is in order for all of us. Miss Sky, yes, Your Honor, you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as an accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at later dates. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Thank you for the stretch. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Oh, this trial's gone far too long already. You're telling me! Regarding the charge of the murder, this court finds the defendant is Lana Sky. That is all. This court is adjourned. God. Almost been 6 hours. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry. I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, it's out of gumshoe. What is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a decision to run around all on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happy people. Can you stop saying that? Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh. Are you here because my sister again? Nope. Not this time. I came here today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Lana, should you be doing this? She's still under arrest now. I won't tell if you tell. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I'd ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting by just myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day, and hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back, and now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma. Picture. Picture. Yeah! Picture! No one can choose the past. The only thing we can do is to strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find our way back to the rightful path. And it's from there we can move forward to a brighter future. Picture. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right? Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. He always gets so angry, bro. What is he hiding? I just came back to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth. I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. Yeah, him hiding is funny. Oh, he's still here. We were the ones who acted correctly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life fighting them, but in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given the time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting the crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Ray, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Ray? Huh? What? I mean, yeah. This is a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show me what Lena's talking about. Evidence? Huh. Oh, yeah, it's this. I mean, yeah, because I found one part, he found the other. It's this. That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let whatever happened to kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. Seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I better get going too. Okay. I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn, catching up to do. Here's a little something for you. Scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. Lon looks so pretty smiling. Yeah. They definitely made it a point that the fact that she never smiled anymore. So it was nice to see her actually smile. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she doesn't be out of jail like this, but I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here's the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What, you think I can afford that with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Excuse me? Thank you, Mr. Wright, you're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Objection!
I'm gonna cry. Oh, holy fuck. I arranged for a friend of mine to take care of... I'll read the rest of it. That was a good stream. A little long, double the length of my normal streams, but a good stream nonetheless. Yikes, I thought I was gonna garner from over there in the end, though. They overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If they penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. That's funny. Yep, that's what they said. Goes to show you can't check me off that easy. I want to say thank everyone for showing up, everyone who showed up, everyone who is still currently watching. I know a lot of you want to go to bed, and I apologize. And I thank you for staying, even though, to be honest with you, my throat is fucking tired from talking for 6 hours. You go, Beacons. Oh, right. My phone bill. It got paid off. Hi, Blue Badger. Hi, Blue Badger. Hi, Blue Badger. Get this little shit off my screen. Thank you. Are we gonna take care of more plants? Do not cry for the Blue Badger after what he put us through during this trial. The right way lunge. Now we gotta pay Billy a visit? Well, this is the last trial of the game, so we can only hope we see it in the second game. Okay, Judge. I had to redo this trial on my own time because I missed the achievement. Oh, yeah. We get to see Maya again soon. Next Phoenix Wright stream, probably. I know it kind of gets kind of funky in the later games. But honestly, I don't think anything can compare to fucking Von Karma in this trial. Because, first of all, what is this trial doing being like 10 hours long? And second of all, what the fuck? She really just had the same sprite as Maya. Oh. This is a cute photo. It's an extra trial. I heard it doesn't really print other sequels much. Yeah, that is true. I think it's supposed to be like a snippet of Emma, because I know she appears in other games. So I think it was just more of like a little like tie-in to the actual games. Huh. Well, that is it for the stream. I don't think I'll be rating anybody. I just don't have anime, I'm sorry. I hope everyone else has a good day. Thank you for watching. Thank you for anyone who was here. Thank you who's currently here. I do not think I will be streaming Sunday because plans have arrived. So next stream should be Monday. I should be finishing up Super Monkey Ball like I originally planned a month ago. And then the Wednesday after that should be the start of the second game of Ace Attorney. But that is for later. Thank you, bye-bye, and have a good night.